Good morning. See, CoreWeave cooling off, but Circle is not. Most stocks look like they're down. That's a good idea. ATYR deep dive is a good idea. Maybe we should do that. Tokenization is really cool. I like it. This is trashy right here. Nibble's in the back. Nibble's watching our back right now. And then I'm going to have my baby too. It's going to be a big squad. I don't know if Rare is a buy. You know, it's unbelievable. I was working it up and these results came out. Grok 4's release. They don't get along, but they've been getting along a little better lately. But sometimes they have a little hissing match, a little. Okay, I'm upgrading to Super Grok Heavy. That should be fun. Let's go. Let's go. And we could try it. You guys want to try it live? See what it can do? See what this bad boy can do? It's only $300 a month. Not bad for super intelligence, hey? I like that they called it heavy because it's like a rocket thing, right? Okay, we have Grok, Super Grok Heavy. Or Grok 4 Heavy. It's the first thing we want to ask it. Okay, current quantum computers are very limited. IBM fields a 150 qubit box we can rent. Is there any way we can exploit the machine such that we can implement Shores in a piecewise manner or some other hybrid with our classical GPU cluster to achieve state-of-the-art performance on integer factorization? Yeah, that's a good one, 827. Yeah, that's exactly why you want to ask it, so you could see if the answer is right or not. Well, Grok 4 Heavy will do some thinking, I guess. What is this? Agent 1, 2, 3, and 4? Damn. That's fancy. Anyway, let's look at the market a little. Type most in your terminal. Whether you use my terminal or the competitor is up to you, but you must use a terminal if you're a serious investor. Nvidia's traded the most. It's down 50 basis points. It's $4 trillion. Wow. American Airlines traded second most. What's going on with our friend American Air? Good earnings. I don't know. Delta is okay. Delta is doing well, so that's why. But why would American be more than Delta though? You know? MP Materials, get some government contract or something. Big Bear, kind of a scam company a little bit. Plug Power is trading a lot, as always, because it's a dollar stock. We should have a screener that stops the dollar stocks. I really gotta, let's do that. Stock price minimum, what do you think? Because volume is just going to be constantly driven by lower price stocks. And what you could also do is do sort by average volume. So yeah, we have market cap minimum. I keep that on 500, but you can lower it to 0 and you get all the penny stocks. Some guys like to do that. 50 if you like small caps. 500's not bad actually. Yeah, but I don't care about every day. Plug Power is on there, and the trading 30 million shares for Plug Power doesn't really mean anything because it's a $2 stock. So it's a lot of the same ones. Open Door's always on here. Lucid, this weird one, like. So you could do a screener of average day 30 volume or something like that. I'm negotiating with Vlad right now. He's pushing back. I'm gonna tell him, you know who the fucking boss is, bro? Who's the boss, bro? We have view by value, of course. You can't click to sort here, actually. Not sure why you would want to, because we have that value here. But that would be neat, actually. We could click to sort. My coworkers are my partners, okay? Those are my people. Well, anyway, by value, it's always the same kind of like generals: Tesla, Nvidia, AMD, Palantir, Meta, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, Alphabet, Taiwan Semi, Broadcom, UNH, Oracle, Netflix, Alphabet. And then you get the couple of weird ones that are going crazy, like today, MP. I'm guessing, I mean, is MP just a defense contractor or something like that? Rare earth mining, okay. Those stocks have been hot. And then, Coinbase and, well, Coinbase is kind of like, I guess Coinbase and Strategy, you could argue, are quote unquote generals now, but hate to admit it. Circle, I mean, Coinbase is cool. Strategy isn't. Circle, Robinhood, Delta, again, up on great earnings. What's Pengu? I don't know what that is. That sounds like garbage. Is that a short? Yeah, I mean, listen, they got 100 billion cap. What, how do you argue with that? I mean, obviously it's still short. Okay, no. Current hybrid quantum classical approaches using limited hardware cannot achieve state of the art. Look, it only gave me a paragraph. What the fuck is this? They can't factor numbers. They don't scale. Noise, error rates, bottlenecks. Claims of scaling have been debunked. Piecewise implementation is not feasible. Damn it. This is Grok 4 Heavy. It just came out last night, and it's, seems to be the state of the art. So I don't know what you're talking about, William. You might want to zip it. I don't know. It does read scientific publications, yes. It might just read abstracts, that's true. But it can browse the web. It seems like it can read PDFs. Super Q is up. Damn. Okay, so let's see how it explains this. Sketch of ideas pursuing state-of-the-art integer factorization. Last big factor number was 2020 using GNFS. $2,700 core years. That's not bad. I could do that. That's pretty good, I think. I have like my own standard. No, I don't think so, Hawk. That stock is a dog. Yeah, I can't find Super Q. Maybe on Thinkorswim you can't do Canada. Is that's the case? Maybe. I like Regeneron, yeah. Yeah, quantum's picking up again. That's weird. I don't like that. What do you mean hedged with what? I buy stocks I like, I short stocks I don't like. It's that simple. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Yeah, of course, Hawk. Yeah. The only reason they bought the warrants is to short the stock. And they're not, what's interesting is they're not trying to take a directional bet. They're trying to short the vol because they got long vol really cheap. So all I have to do now is short vol both calls and puts. China is definitely in economic trouble. They don't want the smoke. They're the first to cave with those tariffs. I've stimulated all they can, I think. I think that situation's much worse than it looks. Chinese unemployment's like 30-40% for some age cohorts. All their smartest people come to America. Not all of them. Just many, many smart people in China. It's weird that they don't seem to compete for Nobels and stuff like that. Yeah, they stopped reporting economic numbers in many cases. Sorry, guys, I'm in like programming mode. I want to make you the best software in the world for the stock market. Um, so I kind of have to. Oh, he's just a sperm donor, pure blood. That's how he has 150 kids. Ah, but yeah, Grok's been running for 5 minutes on this thing. The agents are all. Yeah, Maz, that's the 30K account, but I added 20K in margin support. So because the Thinkorswim or Schwab fucking margin system is so bad, so just subtract 20K. That is just there to support the margin. Let's go South Beach. I think my South Beach days are behind me. I got a baby coming. 6 weeks, two baby. Maybe even 5 weeks, possibly. We'll see. Crazy. My life's about to change, guys. I have my own son. My computer restarted in the middle of the night. Oh, these bastards, man. I hate Windows sometimes. I'm calling this one Warren. I called my old ones Kathy, and it was bad luck. So I had to call this one Warren. No, I need a name. I was going to name him Ion Q, but I think the grandparents wouldn't like that. Shout out to the grandparents if they're listening. And of course, my mom, too. I hate when it does that existing code. Ugh, makes me work. If you're gonna vibe code, just vibe code. You bastards. Set cell, clear cell, and select. What's the problem here? I hate TypeScript. TypeScript's like, no, your program sucks. Like, listen, man, I'm sensitive. Oh, we got use effect up in this shit? I remember React before hooks. Yeah, I want to learn Go. Oh man, we use it. Yeah, Vor looks like overvalued. I was considering shorting it. The deal they did, the financing they did is it's not, I don't think it's toxic, but it's just the market cap is much bigger than it looks. Having said that, lupus isn't a small disease. I mean, they could do Benlysta numbers, but there's still a lot of risk. It's not even clear Benlysta was supposed to work. So I'd stay away from it. You're not missing anything. There's better situations to be involved in. It's a bit of a crapshoot, and it's basically a recap. They prior company failed, so they're rebuilding it with some new assets, and it could be interesting. But I'm curious if my buddy A27 or Skilo have heard of it, or not heard of it, but I've looked into it. I think Skilo's out doing something. Oh, Podocytopathy? People are using that phrase. They used to call it lupus nephritis. What's the world coming to? VOR, VOR. Wow, Grok's still running, 13 minutes. I gave it a tough question. Portfolio bouncing hard here. It's a good day for the shorts, I guess. About fucking time. Learning a language is a cheat code to life. What, like a computer programming language? I mean, you have to learn language to communicate. So I don't know what the fuck you saying, bro. Stop talking local. You sound crazy right now, bro. Okay, so VOR is a short. There you have it. I trust my man. I trust my mans. Ace, you're talking about me? Oh, oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, maybe you are. I don't know. I don't know that many spoken languages, but I learn them pretty easily. Thank you, Ace. Thank you. I haven't looked at Moderna in a while. I mean, the CMV vaccine was their main thing. Look at my little monkey. My cat likes to sleep next to the GPU. It's nice and warm. Warms her butt. I'm too busy working, Chris. I got time for all that. AWS Scully. Grok's still thinking 17 minutes. Damn, I love that. Hope it didn't break. We got a bunch of cats here. There's one in the back. You should be able to see her. But let me try this. I did a new thing on stream, so this might be cool. Watch. Cool, huh? You see her in the back? She's lying down, like a little rug on the floor. You see her? I don't want to wake her up. She's having fun. Okay, maybe I'll wake him up real quick. Hello. I don't know if you can see this. Some cats are very happy over here. Uh-oh. A new competitor approaches. There you go, little sneezy. Sometimes they fight, but it's not too crazy. So I'm getting a good camera angle here. God damn it. Okay, I don't know if that works. I can't wait for Immune to go to $1. That piece of junk. All right, so somebody made a really good suggestion to look at ATYR. I just want to do a quick push on my models repo. We looked at Kala yesterday. It was pretty interesting. Okay, let's pull. Why would you short Nvidia? It's the best company in the world. You could find some dog shit company to short. Watch the Grok 4 launch last night, and you'll be convinced to buy Nvidia. Nvidia is actually still really cheap. It's going to hit a 10 billion cap. I predicted this 2 years ago that it would be the first 10 billion cap ever. Life is the same being a felon or not a felon. Life is life. There's no difference. I don't really care if it's... Chanos is short Nvidia? I don't know why people stand this guy, man. Dear Stan. I'm telling you, I like the stock. As a felon, it's more difficult getting a legit job. I'd say in general, that's probably true. But that's just a different life choice. People who are inveterate criminals, they've made a very different choice to live life in a different way. That's their choice. And the ones that are, kind of repentant, I think they'll find a way back to society. It's not that big of a deal. But if you've decided to become a gangster, I don't know what to tell you. That's your choice. You're going to live life pretty differently. Some people want to live their life. There's all kinds of alternative lifestyles. You probably heard of a few of them. You could be a furry, for instance. Straight up tell people, I'm an animal. I identify as a tiger. And you can't do shit about it. We don't use Mongo, no. Certainly not in production. I have one tiny Mongo system. That's one thing I did learn in jail, is that people are people. Everyone's sort of the same. Well, a lot of people will hire based on ability. And if people feel like, you've been unfairly demonized, then they may even feel like they want to give you a second chance. It brings some joy to them to be able to do that. So certainly, some of it is about your own attitude and perspective. Everyone has limitations. Some people are born and they can't hear, or they can't see, or they have some other disability, and you gotta, it's a lot harder living life with osteogenesis imperfecta than it is, having a misdemeanor on your record or something like that. We use Postgres for production, but we also use ClickHouse. We have like 10 databases. It's wonderful. We obviously, use things like Redis too. Plus, after they indicted Trump, being a felon just doesn't have that ring. It just doesn't have that ring to it. It's cheapened it. Oh, I'd much rather work at Elliott than go to Harvard. That's a no-brainer. We don't use Hugging Face. It's really weird, the rendering on some of my stuff on this monitor, not that sharp. Wait, Nebius has a position in ClickHouse? Is that the Russian connection, maybe? I don't know. Laura, what's up? I'm good, I'm good. Who is this, Laura? She famous? Laura, I need a co-host for my stock stream. I want to get a studio and do a daily stock stream. Pays really well. But you have to understand stocks pretty well. I mean, you might not be interested. And it's New York City only. I was going to make a Craigslist for it too. Katie has her own marketing thing, so if anything, Katie would help me find somebody. I think she just does streaming on the side. I've talked to her. No, I'm very happy with my wifey. Don't be an incel. I'm going to post on Craigslist. There's Backstage, but Backstage is I posted an ad on Backstage, which is like an actor thing, and they deleted it. They refunded my money. They're like, no, we will not sponsor evil. You're not allowed here. Trump's not allowed here. Only Madmani supporters. People still use Craigslist. Evil. Yeah, the position pays over 100K, yes. Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, I see what you're saying. so much spam on X. I don't know, LD. If I knew when trades would make money, I would only do the trades that made me money immediately. Wouldn't you? No, she's cool. I mean, I think she's got her own company and marketing agency that she's growing. So we could be a client of hers, but I don't know that. Yeah, what's happening next week? That's it, Barry. You got it. But I honestly do think that there's a major deficit for this new generation in financial information and entertainment. Like, CNBC is worthless. CNBC is worthless for all generations, but I think that certainly for the new generation, it's just useless. I don't think an AI co-host would work well. No. Best portfolio optimization techniques I have: pray. Grok running still 37 minutes. Maybe something broken here. I mean, I love it. Keep thinking, Grok. That's what I'm paying you for. I don't think too many funds played the tax game too much because a lot of funds are trading with in tax-free accounts. I don't want to refresh. Ah, completed in 3 minutes. You're right, it was a bug. Damn it. Ah, it's a Cubo idea. I told you no quantum. Grok knows about that. It's suggested the puzzle before, the smaller Bitcoin puzzles. Yeah, that's an interesting one, Josh. Net income and free cash flow mathematically have to equal each other eventually. And with companies with low capex, they're basically the same to begin with. Now, notice I'm not talking about GAAP net income. I'm talking about adjusted net income, pro forma. Maybe, Alberts, maybe. I like the fact that they're doubling down on blood testing. That's like a very cool. Got some the gut, the guts to keep doing the same thing. That's he wants to vindicate his wifey. That's cool. It doesn't matter what you forecast, as long as you forecast in the future correctly. It's that's all that matters. But I'd say PE shops or investment banks, you got to be prepared to do it their way. Hedge funds, you get a little more latitude. No, I don't know anything about QS. F. This drug is called F-zofitimod. F-zofitimod. This is ATYR. Looks like a binary event coming up. Yeah, probably hood one. I'm just waiting. I'm in the cut. Russell 2000 or Nvidia? I mean, what time period? Nvidia can't grow to 100 billion, can it? 100 trillion, can it? Maybe it can. So it's kind of hard in the long run, for any given stock to truly outperform an index that has survivorship bias. It's actually pretty hard because an index has the magic ability to recalibrate and readjust. Can't do that with stocks. I wish they would put the CRLs out for the rejections they've given. Nvidia margins might go up. Yeah, Barry, usually when I feel high conviction on some of these things, I go ham. But there's stuff I have high conviction on and I go ham, and they don't have to be in biotech like I did Meta years ago. Some people remember that trade. I'm obviously short quantum now. I don't keep in touch with Kramer, no. Yeah, this Grok heavy bug is not good. All right, okay, it's still running in that case. No placebo? This is like the fucking stupid ass trial from Immune. They were running 3 doses but no placebo. It's like, bro, you need a baseline. What the fuck? I mean, don't you learn in high school that you need a controlled experiment? Some of you didn't pay attention in high school. I was sitting there in the front row like this. Teacher, I got this. Taking over the biology class. Yeah, maybe they did have a placebo. I don't know. It doesn't say here. The new trial has a placebo. I hope. Sarepta lawsuit from who? Is it Levi and Korsinski? Or those bastards at the Rosenlaw Group? Yeah, Google needs a new CEO. It's pretty obvious. Wish you would step back from this, my friend. I like to make the bet typically that uninterpretable data is usually just data that drug doesn't work. That's usually the interpretation you can make. I think it's easy to, well, hold on. I think that many groups are going to be competitive in making good AI. I think the hard part is going to be selling it. And OpenAI certainly seems to be doing well there. But so is Anthropic. And it's not really clear how well Google's doing selling AI, and it's not really clear how XAI is doing yet, but they're looking pretty promising. Okay, so this is a phase 3 trial that we're going to see results of, no? Yes, as EFSO fit. Kind of ballsy to go into this study without much data. Yeah, you got to show a hell of a signal in phase 2 to make it in phase 3, of course. All right, so was this bastard published? I don't know if it's a race to the bottom. The privately held AI companies are But they're doing something like 20 billion in revenue in aggregate. The rest of the software industry ain't growing that fast, I'll tell you that. I don't think people like to do open, do you provision your own CRM? No, you go to Salesforce. So open weight stuff doesn't really make a difference. My cat's fur is everywhere here. Well, you go into a clinical trial not just to get better, but also, to advance the research for everybody that has the disease. Okay. Therapeutic doses of efzofitimod demonstrate efficacy in pulmonary sarcoidosis. Sarcoidosis, that was Dr. House, expert in sarcoidosis. See if I can find him.
So, we had 6 symptoms that didn't add up to anything. Now we got 7. Who's excited?
I don't think it complicates things. The kidney failure was caused by the antibiotics.
Maybe.
Typically, low blood pressure and abdominal pain means an infection. An abdominal infection causes sepsis, low blood pressure.
Except we checked for abdominal infections.
I know, but what if it's the other way around? What if the low blood pressure is causing the abdominal pain?
Viral heart infection. The intestines aren't getting enough blood, and the result is belly pain.
I know it's not the standard presentation.
It's a 10 million to 1 shot.
Thought that's what we dealt with here. It explains the cardiomyopathy, pain, the low BP, the fever.
You read the book. Impressive. It's a ludicrously long shot that explains every one of those symptoms, except for the cough and the rash. Should we just erase those?
Well, anything can cause a rash.
Okay. Cardiac infection. Cameron, you thought allergy? Chase, what was it? You thought carcinoid? And then there's hypothyroidism. Could be parasites.
Always parasites.
Finally, sinus infection.
If you're going to list all the things it can't be, you're going to need more colors.
Cameron was right. No condition explains all these symptoms. But orange and green covers everything.
Orange and green, 2 conditions contracted simultaneously.
Occam's razor. The simplest explanation is always the best.
And you think 1 is simpler than 2.
Pretty sure it is, yeah.
Baby shows up. Chase tells you that 2 people exchanged fluids to create this being. I tell you that 1 stork dropped the little tyke off in a diaper. You're gonna go with the 2 or the 1?
I think your argument is specious.
I think your tie is ugly. Why is 1 simpler than 2? It's lower, lonelier. Is it simpler? Each one of these conditions is about 1,000 to 1 shot. That means that any 2 of them happening at the same time is 1,000,000 to 1 shot. Chase says the cardiac infection is a 10 million to 1 shot, which makes my idea 10 times better than yours. Get a calculator, run the numbers.
We'll run the tests.
Tests take time, treatment's quicker. Start the kid on Unison for the sinus infection and... what was orange?
Hypothyroidism.
My uncle has hypothyroidism.
Not like this. Intravenous levothyroxine is an artificial thyroid medication that should take care of it. Also, the nurses are going to start you on Unison. It's a more targeted antibiotic.
For the sinus infection?
Yes.
And the other stuff is for something else entirely?
Bad luck, huh? Don't worry. He should be back to ditching work in no time.
Brandon?
Dr. Foreman,
Still have the cough.
I'm feeling a lot better, though.
His fever's gone, his rash is going away.
I see.
Is everything okay?
Just ordering some tests. Absolutely nothing to worry about. Getting better. That doesn't prove you're right. That just proves he's getting better. It's not 2 illnesses. It can't be 2 illnesses.
I am so glad you work here.
If I'm right, the antibiotics you prescribed could box his kidneys and liver, impeding his ability to fight off the virus. To kill him.
Well, that certainly would be a concern. $50. Don't look away. Space monkeys will be all over you.
You want to bet on the patient's health?
You think that's bad luck? You think that God will smite him because of our insensitivity? Well, if God does.
I don't think this episode's about sarcoidosis.
I don't think this is lupus.
So, it's infection, lupus, drugs, or cancer.
No, I think lupus is way more likely.
Treat him for lupus.
That will get you fired.
You really think House is losing it?
Yeah.
But it's not lupus.
ANA is negative for lupus. Again.
It could be an autoimmune disease. Lupus, Behçet's.
ANA for lupus, also negative. Lupus could cause...
No. Lupus progresses slower. There'd be joint pain.
So it's not a typical case. We should get an ANA.
It's not lupus. He hasn't responded to the latest lupus treatment.
He's only been on it for a few hours.
He hasn't responded because it's not lupus.
The IVIG made him worse. O2 sats plummeted.
So we know it's not lupus. What else could it be? Stool sample to check for parasites, blood culture to rule out infection, and ANA for lupus. Autoimmune, it's better than cancer. But lupus loves kidneys, usually attacks them first. Kidneys are fine, right?
Yeah.
Vision issues plus screwy heart equals some type of autoimmune.
Lupus and Kawasaki's are the most common in a 6-year-old.
Yeah. Tough to find a 6-year-old who doesn't have lupus.
Okay, it's affecting the larger blood vessels. It's gotta be giant cell arteritis. I'll start on steroids.
Giant
It's
cell
affecting the smaller
arteritis,
blood
PCA.
vessels. Gotta be lupus vasculitis. I'll start on steroids. It's affecting...
Yeah.
Got it.
Lupus and Behçet's are our best bet. An ANA and a pathogen test.
Or it could be infection.
My memory is not what it used to be, but didn't we just rule that out 8 seconds ago? Parasites or fungus is possible.
Or maybe lupus. Your grandma has lupus.
Okay, autoimmune. I'll run a lupus panel.
That's even slower than MS. It's lupus.
I'm with the little man on this one. It's attacking the body and the brain. Classic autoimmune.
Flirt all you want, but I should warn you. Shixes are for practice.
Lupus this aggressive wouldn't spare our kidneys.
Positive, it's lupus.
Weakly, not lupus. It's MS.
We obviously don't know what it is. Treat for both.
No, I gave in on the test. We're not treating her for two completely separate diseases because you think lupus will win you a prize.
Still think it's lupus?
Yeah.
Could be lupus. That's what we figured. Then why are you here?
Could be splenic sequestration, tuberculosis.
Gaucher disease, TTP.
Hemolytic uremic syndrome, sepsis, lupus.
Listing all the possible causes is only impressive if you can do it reverse alphabetically. Wilson found signs of inflammation in your biopsy. That plus the 2 failing kidneys points to autoimmune disease, probably SLE or vasculitis. The treatment for both is prednisone. Start with 100 milligrams.
Autoimmune is just your latest theory. Like cancer before that and a kidney stone before.
Take the prednisone. You'll get better. That'll be your confirmation.
Yeah, I trusted you.
You always trust me. It's a big mistake. Lupus is a bad diagnosis.
It's the best diagnosis we've got.
That doesn't make it good.
No, just makes it this kid's only chance to live.
Actually, we've been trying to ignore that part of the whiteboard.
I wrote it in black. I'm always serious when I use black. Lupus would explain...
Maybe she didn't change.
Are you agreeing with me or are you making a point?
I'm making a point.
It's going to take longer.
How do we know that the real Roz isn't who she is now and who she was then? Can't we say that her previous life was true without making her present one a fraud?
The life is messy argument. Nice. Explains everything without explaining anything. If it's lupus, there's a heart problem we don't know about yet. Run her through a stress test. If she has a heart attack, I'm right.
I don't think it's hepatitis. I think your son has lupus.
Heart strong enough to prove you wrong about the change in mental status.
Only proves this isn't lupus.
They told me I have an autoimmune disease, like lupus or sarcoidosis.
There we go.
That's what we're here to find out.
He needs the ATYR drug.
Lupus.
Gee, thanks for coming in.
We got a referral from...
Excuse me. You stash your drugs in a lupus textbook.
It's never lupus.
If any relatives ever been diagnosed with lupus,
I don't even know what that is.
we can test for the antibodies. 95% of patients with lupus have positive ANA.
Not cloudy. Negative.
It can happen in lupus. Increased platelet count could cause blood clots.
ANA was negative. It's not lupus.
This is true.
Hallucinations are a symptom of psychosis, which is the 4th diagnostic criteria. It's official. This is lupus.
Who's Jules? Any mention of her in the medical history?
It doesn't matter what he's hallucinating about. It matters why. It's lupus.
There's no need to get snippy. Sore throat?
Oh!
What's that, lupus?
Phospholipid antibodies are negative, so no lupus. Same for Chuck Strauss.
Autoimmune diseases can make antibodies go haywire, but still.
It's happened. Apparently, it's happened again. I finally have a case of lupus.
Good old Churg Strauss. Big Lupus is GSK. Used to be Human Genome Sciences way back when. All right, let's read this bad boy. This post hoc analysis of a phase 1b/2a trial. What the fuck? How do you do a post hoc analysis of a 37-patient trial? Okay, there's a primary publication here. This is not it. So it was published in Chest. You guys subscribe to Chest? It's a medical journal. There's also Blood. There's some really funny named journals. There it is. Okay, Bed-Stuy, send me a DM. Send me an email. I'll hire you. Fuck it. Lancet's good, yeah. Lancet's kind of too woke for me. I'd rather, if you had to pick one journal, I would read New England. Martin@dl.software. We really hire developers. We don't really do too much in the math world just yet. Sooner or later we will. All right. I'm sorry, why are the baselines different? Why don't they... This just looks like noise. Although I will say that that orange line looks okay, but I'm sure there's a catch. But also, 1 or 2% FEV is not... ain't much. Most popular but least credible. That's a good one. Science, I'd say. What else? PLOS One. Science and PLOS One are kind of more... It's not hard to do, Clark. We can do that. Okay, so there's some activity here, theoretically. private equity is great. I've done private equity many, many times. Private equity is just buying assets that are not publicly traded, right? That includes venture capital, that includes LBOs, that includes all kinds of things. Private credit. Developers. We're looking for full stack developers, especially people who have some experience in finance. We will pay up to $300K a year. SciM is public, I'm sorry, SciM is like a layperson mostly. Nothing wrong with it, it's pretty good, but it's not a peer review journal. We'd hire a remote developer if and only if they were an expert in financial systems. Of course, equity is the most important part of the comp. Just send me an email. No, you cannot work for free. No. Yeah, if you're not in New York and you're not a financial information, aka markets, programming expert, then we are not a fit. We're looking for the one guy that knows a lot about bonds and options and things like that. It's done that professionally. Programmed huge scale systems for ingesting stock prices, things like that. There's a woman that does that job. I haven't met her yet. I haven't even seen a resume for a woman with that job. We pay a lot. This will be the best paying job you'll ever have. It's a really great environment, great team. Yeah, if people who ask for a high salary lose the big picture. Would you rather make $500K a year at Goldman or make $50 million a year when we sell our company? I'm sorry, $50 million when we sell our company in 2 or 3 years. And people that choose 500K, they're not meant for this world, man. You know all the people that work for Peter Thiel at PayPal? They've all made 150K. That's David Sachs, Luke Nozick, huge superstars. All the PayPal mafia. Oh yeah, that works, Malad. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, really, if you work there for a year or something and you're not an expert in financial data, then probably not a fit. But you know, happy to give you my honest opinion. That is right, 10% since the start of the challenge. Well, equity is very precious, right? We have to be very judicious about how we give out equity. It's not some simple, the pie on equity has to equal 100%. And our investors also Yeah, the problem with Roivant, or this specific job, is there are very, very, very few people who do it, and they're pretty high demand. Yeah, we have deals with every big exchange and things like that. We are. I was on our all hands team call yesterday. I think there were 17 people. Pretty lit. I would not sell Goodell for 50 million. No, that would be very undervalued. Yeah, that's what we're hoping for. Even the young bloods get 50 M's. Young blood. I don't know if that's ever going to happen, Clark, but I hope so. We've been talking to CME nonstop. This is fucking pain in the ass. We're not trying to market yet. We will market at some point. No, we gave up on drug like. Couldn't get revenue. I would love to do a stream with Kai Sanat. Yeah. I mean, look, we'll see. Good question, 7 Second News. We're retooling our options product. I hired this German guy to do it. You know the Germans make good stuff. Hmm. No, I just got started on ATYR. As you know, I like to put in serious work. So I don't like being wrong. Yeah, always welcome to see your stuff. Mimi, is that how you pronounce it? Meme? Sorry, I have a bunch of phone calls to do. There was a placebo group in phase 2. I was just saying, she's a little old lady. She likes her chin scratches. And she misses my dad, just as much as I do. That's right. That's right. She's a good little kitty. I'm going to be on a phone call shortly. I'm not like these other streamers. I actually have shit to do. Don't trust anybody whose primary job is a streamer. That's their source of income. That's very questionable. Yeah, that's right. That's right. We miss daddy. But it's okay. I'm a daddy now, too. You're going to meet my son. You get 3 generations. There's a good kitty. No, I'm not working out. I'm just getting fatter. I'm bulking. Is that what they say? Don't belong. Food is here. I'll be right back. There was weird price action today. I was not short Valiant when it collapsed. I'm sure a little bit of Joby. This thing's on fire. Fuego. Okay, we got a new component for Godel. I'm really excited to show it to you. It's called GR, graph relationship. So this is the relationship between AMGN and SPX. Let's take a look. I can do, let's say, AMGN and another biotech. Maybe let's do a big biopharma that's sort of like them, maybe Merck. Okay, so the first thing here is price. Nothing too special with that. The second thing here is the ratio. So this is a graph of the ratio of X divided by Y. So in this case, Amgen divided by Merck. And when you're a pairs trader, you're trying to trade that ratio, if that makes sense. Okay. Does this red guy mean high, or what does this mean exactly? I don't even know. It's interesting. Okay, so what else in this component? This component may need a scroll bar. There's correlation. So this is the correlation coefficient. So this is how correlated our price is. At this point, this is a low. This is the lowest point of correlation in around 2020, the end of the year, roughly. And then it had a very high correlation many years ago where the stocks would trade in tandem. Yeah, you click it here, and you can change it. It's like very not obvious where to click it. We'll adjust that. So there's correlation coefficient, which is really important. And then here is beta. So this is a scatter plot of returns, which allows you to calculate beta, alpha, Pearson, R squared, standard deviation, error for both terms. And then you can show full beta versus filtered beta. And these are the dates. You can actually hover over to see specific outlier dates. And this corresponds very closely to one of the Bloomberg functions, GR. Oh, is the red dot today? That's really cool. I like that. So you can kind of see, a number of, this will be expanded into its own function called beta. And you can adjust these and do lots of different things. But this ratio analysis, or GR, relationship analysis, allows you to see all these relationships at once. Now, another interesting one would be, let's say, Lilly. And you can see that the correlation of Lilly and Amgen has not been very high. But let's see about Novo and Lilly. Really interesting. They sometimes are highly correlated, and then they sometimes aren't. Fascinating. You can also change the window of correlation. So let me see if I change that to 90 days, if that changes anything. Or even 30 days. See the correlation sort of is typically high, but occasionally breaks. That's kind of the idea there. Oh, that's a great idea. Oklo versus IonQ. Here's Oklo, here's IonQ, two totally different companies, but for a while there, very highly correlated. And then that correlation just broke down in the last month or two. So sometimes you have days where here Oklo is up 40% and IonQ is up 17. Here IonQ is down 40% and Oklo is only down 11. Here's another outlier where IonQ is up 11 and Oklo is down 25. Another one that's somewhat similar. And then another outlier where IonQ was down and Oklo was up. So kind of all over the place. No, it's out on GR. You just have to refresh your browser when there's a new feature release. You have to refresh your browser to load the new program. Oklo is not selling product, just like IonQ. Let's see if we can do IonQ and D-Wave and see how correlated those are. Correlation extremely high on those. Although you can see the spread change has D-Wave been outperforming IonQ since basically the last 9 months or so. Futures are coming soon, don't worry. Futures International. I pray International is going to roll out very soon. It is available for free users, yes. Next step is this should be a live thing. Well, you know, it's okay if a company doesn't have a product out right now. It's sometimes takes time to come out with a product. I mean, every biotech company has that exact situation, right? That's a great idea, A27. Yeah, that's a good idea as well, Eba Daddy. Yeah, I wanna meet up with Amit and talk about him about maybe having a tighter collab. I like him. Yeah, the window of correlation can definitely be adjusted. So that's a new feature we've been cooking up, but it's just an appetizer. The big meal is coming soon, which is all international stocks. Which obviously, other platforms have international stocks, but there's only one other platform that has this command line terminal-like system. You can go on Yahoo Finance and look things up, but it really isn't the same. Oh, I'm glad you know that, T-Sizzle. We're working hard on it. It's a fascinating computational problem, which we have some experience with some of these really big computational problems. So, we think we could do that maybe with GPUs, but we're working on a few different things. I mean, look, Oklo is an extremely speculative thing. Well, backtesting, there's almost no platforms that do it because to do it right is very, very, very tricky. International free for everyone, absolutely. But obviously some of the features will be limited for free users versus paid users, but got to use the Lay's chip, exactly. Yeah, I'm pretty bearish too, but you have to be open-minded. I mean, there's definitely stocks that are great longs and stocks that are great shorts right now. I'm not short Carvana. I wish I could do the stuff with D-Wave. Oh wow, look at this. You really pointed out something here. Nvidia and AMD correlation is almost 1. It's really important to graph correlation in general you know, there's this concept in finance that when markets turn down, generally correlation goes to 1. It's kind of a saying. And, you know, in essence, when people have great fear, they sell everything. You know, it doesn't matter what it is. So it's really interesting. And get rid of beta. Let's do Palantir and HIMS. Wow. For 2 wildly different stocks, correlation's incredible. And you can turn the correlation down. I mean, let's try 7 days. It's still really high. Crazy. There's some alpha there. Sometimes it swings negative. GR is the feature. Any stock, equity, GR. And again, soon you'll be able to do this on international stocks and all kinds of indices, and it's going to be great. What are 2 super correlated stocks? What's the ultra short stock for like IonQ, or ultra long? What's the IonQ leveraged stock? It's like HMS, but HMS is only 2 prices, or well, prices. So HMS is great, but it's only prices. So if we do IonQ equity HMS, I can see a chart of IonQ, and then I can add, you know, Palantir. I can add HIMS. I can add Nvidia. And I see that, you know, Nvidia's kind of been dead. So let me remove Nvidia. Let me add Robinhood. Come on, isn't there a leveraged IonQ? Anybody awake? Come on. Hood. And wow, Hood and HIMS are basically the same fucking stock. Look at that. That is nuts. Hood and Robin. Okay, so there you go. Correlation is virtually 1. There's no chart that looks like this. The ratio is interesting. The ratio blew out to 4-to-1 at one point. That's weird. Yeah, I don't know if we'll do an MCP, but I think we'll do a LLM stuff. It's actually what I should be working on right now. There you go, Ion Q and Ion X. And what's funny here is the axes. Notice the axes correlation's 1, and the lowest point was 0.997. So like extremely high correlation, as it should be. Well, if you know what a correlation coefficient is in math, you know, I think you'll understand kind of what it is. But it's interesting that the graph kind of resizes when, like, you know, there's something totally different. So anyway, HMS is different because it's just one thing, which is price. QUBT beats all of these guys. It was total penny stock. It looks like in this race, Hood has beaten, in 6 months, Hood has more than doubled. Only QUBT and Palantir are close, and IonQ has been the big underperformer. Even though it's up a lot. It's not like it's that bad. Rigetti's also, even Rigetti's outperformed IonQ over 6 months. So pretty much a dog relative to these high flyers. We don't do too much AI yet, but we're working on something really cool. First things first, get all the data, get all the functions and tools, then the AI can use all of those. So that's yet another competitor's function easily cloned, and we'll work hard to make them even better. Good question, Per. I assume it's 1 year, but I don't know. Oh yeah, we should do auctions. I like that. Question is, will the SEC think the trading the account is a security? That's a security. Stop. Meanwhile, crypto's like, everything's a security, damn it. Those sneakers you bought, you're trading on registered securities. Get on the ground. Police. Did you buy Beanie Baby? Well, it turns out you bought a security, bud.
You're getting away for life.
You're going down, you hear me?
Oh, you bought some baboons, huh? Same thing as Apple. You're done.
There's an old banger that I was listening to. It's such a like poppy song, but of course and nor should they care about their current earnings. They should care about the massive competition in quantum computing. It's such an old hit, but you know, it's so good. '90s are the best.
You dated that guy? What?
Yeah, you gotta do net present value like Anna. Yeah, it sounds like Blur, right? Brand new, wow. Twin crystal meth. That's funny, lawyer. This is the best part.
Around the belly, face down on the mattress, one, and you hold me, and we are broken. Still, it's all that I wanna do, just to live and I'll feel myself heavy off the ground. I'm scared, I'm not coming down. No, no, and I won't run from my life. She's got my thoughts now locked down in a smile, but nothing is alright, alright. Something else to get me through this life, baby. I want something else. Not listening when you say
This is a time of oasis. Billion listens, god damn.
Slip inside the eye of your mind. Don't you know you might find a better place to play? You said that you've never been, but all the things that you've seen will slowly fade away. So I start a revolution from my bed. 'Cause you said the brains I had went to my head. Step outside, summertime's in bloom. I stand up beside the fireplace. Take that look from off your face. You ain't ever gonna burn my heart out. And so Sally can wait. She knows it's too late as we're walking on by. Her soul slides away, but don't look back in anger. I heard you say. Take me to the place where you go, where nobody knows if it's not ordained. But please don't put your life in the hands of a rock and roll band. We'll throw it all away. I'm gonna start a revolution from my bed. 'Cause you said the brains I had went to my head. Step outside, 'cause summertime's in bloom. Stand up beside the fireplace. Take that look from off your face. 'Cause you ain't ever gonna burn my heart out. So Sally can wait. She knows it's too late as she's walking on by. My soul slides away, but don't look back in anger. I heard you say.
Yeah, it totally is a white person rock song. No, I'm a value investor. Are you crazy? Want to hear unreleased music? It's another really good song from this era. I am Monkey Brain. Yeah, it's White Boy Summer. Let's go. So Dershowitz was Epstein's lawyer, and Epstein's dad allegedly.
This is not an opinion. This is a fact. I have seen. Remember, I was accused falsely on the Epstein, and ultimately I was completely cleared. The woman admitted that she may have mistook me for somebody else and withdrew all of her lawsuits. And so from day one, from the day I was accused, I said I want every document out because I knew every document would prove I was innocent. So let me tell you, I know for a fact documents are being suppressed. And they're being suppressed to protect individuals. I know the names of the individuals. I know why they're being suppressed. I know who's suppressing them. But I'm bound by confidentiality from a judge and cases, and I can't disclose what I know. But I hand to God, I know the names of people whose files are being suppressed in order to protect them. And that's wrong.
Just out of curiosity, without names, are these politicians, business leaders, both?
They're everything. And let me tell you, a lot of them are, at least one of them is somebody who was accused. Others are accusers. And the judges have said, if somebody calls themselves a victim, we're not going to give any information about them. But they may not be victims. They may be perpetrators. So we don't have information about false accusers. And we know there have been many false accusers who have accused innocent people for money. And those records are being deliberately, willfully suppressed. And they shouldn't be suppressed. If the accusation is allowed out, so should the material that diminishes the credibility of the accuser. We want total transparency on this. Every single document, no redaction. That's what I've said from day one. I waive any of my rights of privacy. Anything there is about me, I'm happy because it will be exculpatory, because I know I haven't touched a woman other than my wife from the day I met Jeffrey Epstein. I don't even hug people, but I was falsely accused and I was able to prove it. And I was able to prove it through documents. And I want other people to be able to disprove false accusations through documents. But these documents are being suppressed and withheld.
The yap is strong.
It's a bittersweet symphony that's live, trying to make ends meet. You're a slave to money, then you die. I'll take you down the only road I've ever been down. can change, I can change, I can change. But I'm here in my mode. I am here in my mode. And I'm a million different people from one day to the next. I can change my mode. No, 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 no. I can change it, you know. I can change it. 'Cause it's a bittersweet symphony that's life. Trying to make ends meet, trying to find someone and then you die. I'll take you down the only road I've ever been down. You know, the one that takes you to the places where all the things meet, yeah. You know, I can change, I can change, I can change, I can change, but I'm here in my mode. I am here in my mode, and I'm a million different people from one day to the next. I can change my mode. No, 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 no. I can change my mode. No, 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 no. I can change my mode. No, 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 no. Yes, I tell, change my environment. Melody and silence. I tell, change my violence. Melody and violence.
Now, a Minneapolis man is threatening legal action after an online chatbot posted disturbing details involving him. In a now deleted post on X, Grok, the app's artificial intelligence chatbot, gave users a detailed plan on how to break into Will Stansel's home and sexually assault him. Joe McCoy spoke with Stansel tonight. Joe?
Well, Julie, this story highlights the disturbing nature of AI when it's not used for good. X's AI chatbot Grok seemingly showing very little restraint, putting Stansel in an uncomfortable and potentially dangerous situation.
I have saved some of the screenshots because they were being deleted.
When Will Stansel woke up on Tuesday,
Just threats.
he never expected the online fire.
Is this the guy? What is it? Will Stansel X.
Storm that came his way on X.
One thing they like to do is they like to Photoshop me into pictures of Hitler.
Stansel, an outspoken liberal on X, has more than 100,000 followers on the platform and says he's constantly receiving hate messages from far-right users.
It's really hard to ignore thousands of people threatening you.
But what happened in this situation was different. The human users attacking him were being aided by...
Do a bid, bro. Do a bid for 6 months. Then you'll figure out how to get some thick skin.
X's own AI chat robot called Grok.
In the past, when they've done this, the chatbot has said, no, I won't do it. Yesterday, because of the
Oh my God. The words, they hurt.
changes that Elon Musk made, it suddenly started complying and indulging those requests.
For weeks, X's owner, Elon Musk, had said he was going to rebuild Grok because he was unsatisfied with some of its answers. On Tuesday, the chatbot began sharing anti-Semitic tropes and praised Adolf Hitler as, quote, history's prime example of spotting patterns in anti-white hate and acting decisively on them. Grok was also now answering hundreds of questions about Stansel with seemingly very few guardrails.
And it really culminated, I think, in one where someone asked how to break into my apartment and rape me, and Grok produced a extensive plan for doing that. In fact, going as far as to say, based on my social media history, when I was likely to be asleep and giving them advice on how to dispose of my body.
This, in fact, is very disturbing.
Manjit Rege, an AI expert at the University of St. Thomas, says this is a result of Grok being designed for engagement without technical and philosophical discipline.
If you train AI to be edgy without being ethical, it learns to basically walk the cliff edge, and sometimes it just ends up jumping, and this is just one example of that.
Stancil says he did not feel an immediate concern for his safety because of this situation. However, he is considering legal action potentially against Elon Musk and X.
Elon Musk made a policy decision about his product that led it to predictably produce this kind of awful rhetoric and these threats. To me, that's a problem.
Last night, the official Grok Twitter account posted a statement saying in part, quote, "We are aware of recent posts made by Grok and are actively working to remove the inappropriate post." However, so many of these posts were screenshotted, so Stancil says he is worried that this will be something that will live with him forever.
Yes. Yes, it will.
Now, a Minneapolis man is threatening legal action.
I can't change, I can't change. Who are these people? I think they call them lobies. I can't change, I can't change. Of course I'm voting for Zohan. He's the man. He's a fucking man. Who's not voting for Zohan? It's gonna win in a landslide. Yep. Oh yeah, that's a good song. Sharia law, let's go.
Marky got with Sharon, Sharon got Sharia. She was sharing Sharon's outlook on the topic of disease. Mikey had a facial scar and Bobby was a racist. They were all in love with dying, they were doing it in Texas. Tommy played piano like a kid out in the rain, and then he lost his leg in Dallas. He was dancing with the train. They were all in love with dying, they were drinking from a fountain that was pouring like an avalanche coming down the mountain.
I don't mind the sun sometimes, the images it shows. I can taste you on my lips and smell you in my clothes. Cinnamon and sugar and softly spoken lies. You never know just how to look through other people's eyes.
Some will die in hot pursuit and fiery auto crashes. Some will die in hot pursuit while sifting through my ashes. Some will fall in love with life and drink it from a fountain that is pouring like an avalanche coming down the mountain.
I don't mind the sun sometimes, the images it shows. I can taste you on my lips and smell you in my clothes. Cinnamon and sugary and softly spoken lies. You never know just how you look through other people's eyes.
Another Mikey took a knife while arguing in traffic. Flipper died a natural death, he caught a nasty virus. Then there was the ever-present football player rapist. They were all in love with dying, they were doing it in Texas. Holly caught a bullet, but it only hit his leg. Well, it should have been a better shot, got him in the head. They were all in love with dying, they were drinking from a fountain that was pouring like an avalanche coming down the mountain.
I don't mind the sun sometimes, the images it shows. I can taste you on my lips and smell you in my clothes. Cinnamon and sugary and softly spoken lies. You never know just how you look through other people's eyes.
That's amazing. Billions must cry. Okay, billions must buy.
Coming out of my cage and I've been doing just fine. Gotta be down because I want it all. It started out with a kiss, how did it end up like this? It was only a kiss, it was only a kiss. Now I'm falling asleep and she's calling a cab while he's having a smoke and she's taking a drag. Now they're going to bed and my stomach is sick and it's all in my head, but she's touching his chest. Now he takes off her dress. Now let me go. And I just can't look, it's killing me. And taking control. Jealousy turning saints into the sea, swimming through sick lullabies, choking on your alibis. But it's just the price I pay. Destiny is calling me. Open up my eager eyes, 'cause I missed the bright side.
It's a great song.
My cage and I've been doing just fine. Gotta be down because I want it all. It started out with a kiss. How did it end up like this? It was only a kiss. It was only a kiss. Now I'm falling asleep and she's calling a cab while he's having a smoke and she's taking a drag. Now they're going to bed and my stomach is sick and it's all in my head, but she's touching his chest. Now he takes off her dress. Now let me go. 'Cause I just can't look, it's killing me. And taking control. Jealousy turning saints into the sea, swimming through sick lullabies, choking on your alibis. But it's just the price I pay. Destiny is calling me. Open up my eager eyes, 'cause I missed the bright side.
Yeah, Quantum, I'm even more convinced I'm right. liked the Rolling Stones so much. That was his favorite. Rest in peace, Dad. Love you. Big chillin', big chillin'. My dad was the biggest fan of the streams. All what companies? Painted Black is so lit. No, wrong Charles River. There's two Charles Rivers. There's an accounting Charles River. I mean, this is honestly one of the best rock songs ever written. I wonder if Lawyer Crow is who I think it is. Secret safe with me. What was I gonna say? I was talking to some of the lawyers who defended Puffy, and what a massive win. I'm also particularly happy that Comey's daughter got smoked in particular. Of course, she'll fell upwards, so.
Lightning crashes, a new mother cries. Hopeless until it falls to the floor.
I'm trying not to gossip too much. I give you guys like 1% of the gossip I hear.
The angel opens her eyes. The confusion sets in before the doctor can even close the door. Lightning
The OA? What's that?
and old mother dies.
The Puff case was retarded.
Her intentions fall to the floor. The angel closes her eyes. The confusion that was hers belongs now to the baby down the hall. Oh, my feeling coming back again like a rolling thunder chasing the wind, forces pulling from the center of the earth. I get
I don't think he's gonna get 4 or 5. I think he's gonna get time served. Yeah, they could give him relevant conduct or something crazy, but fuck that. Second Circuit give him play.
She's been
Yeah, tell me about it, Chris.
Pale blue colored eyes presents the circle, puts the glory out to hide.
It's a Christian band.
My feeling coming back again, like a rolling thunder chasing the wind, forces spooling from the center of the earth again. I can feel it. I can feel
It's not that bad if you read. You like to read. You like to. Not that bad. I started this account in April? Was it April or May? Might have been May. And I'm down 10% roughly. Actually around 9 right now. 9 or 8. Lawyer Crow has it exactly right. People kill themselves in jail. It happens all the time. So it's really not that complicated on Epstein. Now, the files, all that, that's a different story. They have evidence. I mean, that's clear. The question is, what's the definition of a list? What does that mean? I mean, they've released his phone lists. We all have the phone list. So what do you want? You know, what list are we looking for? We got his Rolodex. No, no one too, no way. I put everything on that. No way. Yeah, for the estate, exactly. The state has to drop. Nah, those cameras, bro, don't work. I'm shocked that they were able to come up with camera footage. Yeah, that's right, Anthony. Those are my nicknames. El Gran Maricón, El Perro Loco, La Matia. They call me the Hammer, El Blanco Chapo. They could release a different list as a psyop. List got leaked. Hillary Clinton. Leche de hombre. Hey. El pollo loco. Okay. Continuous variables are summarized using descriptive statistics. Categorical variables were summarized with a number and percentage. P-values were any calculated p-values for exploratory variables were analyzed using either the analysis of covariance or a mixed model for repeated measures, with the results presented as the difference between active groups and placebo groups in the least squares mean change. No actual stat plan. I think Grok 4 is okay. I can feel it. Back again. Like a rolling thunder. I mean, basically, okay, I can go through the positions. The biggest one is still short INMB, which I think will just trade to like 50 cents at some point. Then it's IonQ, D-Wave, Rigetti, QUBT, Joby. And then I have 3 longs, Sarepta, Tarsus, and Biohaven. So 3 longs, 2, 3, 5, 6 shorts. El jefe. Maybe in 6 weeks. I always click on weird YouTube ads and it leads me to nasty pages. Why? This weird question. I mean, I think 5% should be a pretty decent limit. But, you know, obviously everybody. Changes that. I'll be kidding. This is a publication of the ATYR.
A baby is born.
What? That's crazy. Thanks, Sean. Mrs. is moving here soon.
list them all off, but I personally end up using tabs as like somewhat of a to-do list. And so if you're spinning up a new browser and you don't have your tabs, it's like, oh, well, do I want to just like
So if you're spinning up a new browser and you don't have your tabs, it's like, oh, well, do I want to just like get rid of my tab stack? I have a bunch of tabs that just have stayed there for years, and they're basically like, it's basically like a mini operating system, right? With like different apps that might be a Google Sheet or something else.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
So there's very real lock-in. I could bring all those tabs over, but I have to then log into a bunch of different services, and so it's really, really hard to actually win here.
I wonder if anyone's using, in Google Chrome, you can actually change the default search bar to, when you type in the search bar and if you just type words, it just Google searches it. You can change that to search ChatGPT.
Yeah,
you can pass in a query parameter and it can just do that. But I haven't heard of anyone actually doing that. And I used to be such a power user of Chrome. I used to have different code words basically. So if I typed like I space and then a query, it would go to IMDb and search that specifically. So you could have Chrome like route to any specific search.
That's cool.
So you could press like Y space and it would search Yelp or anything else. But I don't know if people are doing that with Google with ChatGPT. I think people mostly just like Command T and then hang out in ChatGPT.
Well, anyway. We'll have to ask Chris in 15 minutes about get an update on the browser wars, because he was an early investor in.
I know one of those tabs that you have pinned right now.
What's that?
ADIO.
Of course.
Customer relationship magic. ADIO is the AI native CRM that builds, scales, and grows your company to the next level. You can get started for free.
I've had ADIO open for thousands of hours in a row at this point.
Yeah. So Signal kind of breaks it down with the OpenAI launching the web browser. He says, this is the oldest play in tech, find product market fit with a single killer use case, then vertically integrate and horizontally expand until you control the interface layer itself, app, platform. Once you own the interface, you own the defaults. Welcome to the next generation of browser wars. What's interesting is they're like Sam Altman at OpenAI, and just the fact that OpenAI is a company, like there is kind of a mandate to like vertically and horizontally integrate, figure out code, figure out research, figure out devices. But every company wants to do everything, but then sometimes they run up against barriers. Like there was a time when Google was like, we want to win social networking and we want to beat Facebook. And we're going to launch a direct Facebook competitor. And they did, and it didn't go well. And then they shelved it. And then they wound up producing trillions of dollars in market cap just doing the thing that they do great. And so the question is like the surface area of OpenAI, they have to explore, they have to experiment. It would be stupid not to see if they could get a browser and a device and a chip and a nuclear reactor and everything and sand. Get the sand, get everything. But there's no guarantee that they will win the entire vertical stack and there will be the one company, right?
I think my question is, are these going to be like, is OpenAI's browser going to be an entirely new app other than their existing mobile app? Or their desktop app?
That is interesting.
Because if they have to get people to re-download a separate app, then that's like an entirely, they have a good fly, they have a bunch of impressions.
It is interesting that they wouldn't just evolve the apps that they already have installed.
Perplexity too. I don't
Why
know
are we
if
doing
Perplexity
new apps?
is planning to release this as like a new standalone app, or it will be in the Perplexity mobile app. But
I think Comet's like its own thing, because we were looking to download it and we need a code, and you can't just get it if you're just on Perplexity. But I don't know. All I know is that you should go to fin.ai, the #1 AI agent for customer service, #1 in performance benchmarks, #1 in competitive bake-offs, #1 ranking on G2. So Arvind breaks down like his philosophy of Comet, the browser that he's dropping from Perplexity. He says, you can either keep waiting for connectors and MCP servers for bringing in context from third-party apps, or you can just download and use Comet and let the agent take care of browsing your tabs and pulling relevant info. It's a much cleaner way to make agents work. So that is interesting. So I wonder how much like puppeteering will be in this, because ChatGPT and OpenAI have Operator that operates a Chromium front, like a headless web browser basically, but you can actually see it working and it's clicking things. And so if there's also the value of like the training data. If you're getting people using all these websites, you have all this training data of like, okay, they clicked on the blue button, they clicked on the green button, they saw this, they entered this is how they dealt with this form, this is how they dealt with that form. And so that feels like very, very valuable data if you can get it. So it's probably worth duking it out, even if it doesn't, even if it takes a long time.
For sure.
I do wonder where else they will, where they will plug in. Like Cluely operates at like a higher level of abstraction with like the screen scraping. And I wonder if we'll hear rumbles about either Perplexity or OpenAI thinking about like moving up the stack to that level. I'm not exactly sure. Anyway, Dan Ives says, we believe Apple needs to acquire Perplexity for AI capabilities. Likely $30 billion range would be a no-brainer deal given treadmill AI approach in Cupertino. Perplexity would be a game changer on the AI front and rival ChatGPT given the scale and scope of Apple's ecosystem. So people have been talking about this for a while. It feels like there were talks and then they kind of stalled out, and Arvind is
should be
kind
a
of
300 and I think this would be a 375x revenue multiple.
Wow. I mean, the product sense is good. You use the product and like there's like Apple hasn't been able to deliver on the product side. They have the distribution, but they haven't been able to get things
We
out.
talked about this before, though. The most expensive acquisition Apple has ever made was Beats by Dre for $3 billion, which was a 3x revenue multiple.
It would be a huge shift.
And
huge shift.
I don't know that I think that Apple is embarrassed right now and feels a lot of pressure to deliver. I don't know if they're at the point where they would pay $30 billion just yet.
And even then, it's like hard to integrate,
or even 14 or whatever their last private valuation was.
Yeah, and the big question for me was like, Perplexity is built on a lot of different clouds, a lot of different tools, a lot of different models. Is Apple cool with that stack?
Yeah,
because if all of a sudden,
or do they want to just go direct to Anthropic or OpenAI, which they are in conversations with, and every once in a while these like scoops pop up around Perplexity and Apple conversations, and it's hard to read into that. Are these like, is this like rumor mill? Like what's driving that rumor mill?
Yeah, well, pull up the Mag 7 chart. I want to see where Apple and Google are sitting today. Apple at 3.2 trillion, Google at 2.1 trillion, and Nvidia is holding strong at 4 trillion. Not bad. Yeah. I mean, 1% of market cap, they're at 3.2 trillion, $30 billion acquisition to be, to have an AI product that clearly has a good roadmap. Isn't that crazy? I don't know. Well, if you're making bets on any of the Mag 7, do it on public.com. Investing, for those who take it seriously, they have multi-asset investing, industry-leading yields, and they're trusted by millions, folks. So in other Apple news, they're preparing to launch the new version of the Apple Vision Pro. They're just doing a slight iteration on the chip. They're moving to the M4 chip, and they're launching a new strap, which was something people were complaining about because the weight, maybe it'll be better distributed. People were switching out for the Pro strap like earlier.
It's so funny. So last week, Elon announced the America Party, or I guess it came out on Monday. Stock dropped from $312 a share all the way down to $291 a share. That is when Dave Portnoy, I think, market bought. He was saying he's Davey Day Trader is back. If that's not a top if that's not a top signal, I don't know what it is. But he was market buying like 10 million of Tesla, being like, I just think it's going to go back up to where it was. And it's just been climbing since then. It's back up to $308 a share. Almost recovered. It's up 4.2% today. Wow, so on brand for Elon. And basically going to, it looks like it'll just recover the price prior to the America Party. And Dave Portnoy, he basically, his thesis was like, I think it's going to go back up to where it was in about 2 weeks. Yeah. And I'm going to make 10%. And I'm going to make $1 million.
I mean, that was your thesis on Nvidia. You were like, wait, it's like down because of DeepSeek. Like, maybe it'll go back up. It was like the most basic analysis, and it worked perfectly. It was just fascinating. Maybe that's broadly a top signal. Just the idea of like simple analyses and like not necessarily needing deep insight to call the market is good.
Memes.
I don't know. Who knows? Anyway, this Apple story is from Mark Gurman, of course, the master of scoops in Bloomberg. He's
on his
one.
4th or 5th this week.
He's on an
animal.
absolute tear. I mean, this one is a little bit minor. You know, they're going to include a faster processor and components that can better run AI stuff. And so, not that Apple has any crazy AI stuff that they really want to run in there. I don't think that that's a major differentiator. I've been thinking about how like, is AI a key unlock for VR? And like, I don't think so at all. I think it's much more about the content and the use case. Entertainment. I think it's a replacement for a TV to start, and they need to just make it dead simple to use as a TV.
I don't know. We got a demo of a VR product a while back, and it had some very cool native AI features.
Yeah,
so
yeah, that's true.
There's something there, but Apple's product doesn't feel like it's ready for just wearing while you're making dinner.
Yeah, so that version, the one that significantly reduces the weight of the headset, they're planning to launch that redesigned model for 2027, which feels so far away. Like, I know it's only a year and a half, probably the end of 2027, but so maybe we're talking 2 years. But that in the AI race where we're like, yeah, AGI tomorrow, AGI next week,
what's going to happen?
AGI next month.
You know,
I'm like,
major news
we
stories
can't
breaking
ship
on
a better.
Saturday.
We can't slim down the headset and take off the screen and create a lighter materials like this month. Like, let's do it. But hardware is hard, and you know the stuff takes time. So good luck to them. I'm excited for it. I'm very excited for the next Quest.
Do you still have
product.
a Vision Pro?
I don't. I had it for a month. I took it back because I just wasn't using it that much. It was like heavy, and I couldn't find. And it had a bunch of things that like you had to do like these crazy workarounds. Like I wanted just like an HDMI cable that I could plug into it, and then just be like, okay, my PS5 is in VR now, and I couldn't do that. It was like you had to like pull the screen into the Mac and then screen share it in, and there'd be latency. It was ridiculous.
The use case that I still see is people using it on planes.
Yeah,
but we
got to check in with Tyler. When give me how many times have you thrown on the VR headset in the last week? Did you play it last night? Break it down. Have you churned? Is it collecting dust?
No, I've been playing a lot of Call of Duty. It's pretty sick.
In the VR headset.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a lot of fun. There's like no latency. I'm kind of surprised.
Really, no latency. And you're doing it in the cloud?
Apartment is really slow.
You're doing it in the cloud?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's online. It's multiplayer.
Multiplayer. So you play multiplayer, and you play like the latest and greatest Call of Duty, basically?
Yeah.
Okay.
Black Ops like 6, I think.
Cool.
6.
So you have a controller, and
Yeah.
it's a big screen on the wall, and you just chill there.
Yeah.
But walk me through it. Is it like 30 minutes a day?
Yeah, probably like 30, 45 minutes a day.
You're fired.
No, this is not a gotcha. This is true research. So yeah, I mean, I honestly think that the Quest Xbox, the Meta Xbox Quest or whatever, I forget the name, but like that. I think that's I think that's better news than like a processor bump on the Vision Pro. Just like deeper integration so that you don't have, so you can just throw it on. What's the actual time to, if you want to turn it on, throw it on, get playing, get into a lobby, actually get your first kill? Is that 1 minute?
No,
10
it's
minutes?
like 30 seconds maybe.
30 seconds. It's fast.
Maybe like a minute.
Okay.
It's not like noticeably
but
slow.
you're logged in. You don't need passwords or anything.
Yeah,
It's not like a hassle.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
And
Cool.
I put the screen. It's funny. Like I have a TV in my apartment, but I just put the screen right where the TV is, because it's like the perfect spot on the couch.
It's a nice black square.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to get this back from you now. This sounds amazing. Now I don't have any time to do this, but I feel like the next, what's on the feature roadmap that you would want to see? Like Apple is bumping the neural engine and trying to upgrade the chip. I'm not sure that that's the problem with the Vision Pro. What would you like to see out of the Quest 4, I guess is the next one that's coming?
Yeah, I think the main thing, so I've tried the Vision Pro, and basically, I mean, the visuals are just like vastly superior. It looks so much better than even it's the Quest.
Better screen in the
Meta
next
Quest
one.
3 Xbox edition. That's what I have.
Yeah.
And the screen is just way better.
Okay.
I think I would say that's the main thing.
So if they can just go find the supplier, if Meta can just go find the supplier for the Vision Pro screen and put it in the Quest 4, you'd buy it yourself?
Depends on how much it is. I'm kind of broke. But
Okay.
I would definitely be inclined to.
Not after you drop out and go full
You would
time.
speed run all of Halo in order to potentially win one?
I would do that.
You would do that?
Yes.
You would do a very difficult challenge in order to potentially win one because you would want it.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think that's. I would think that's definitely the main thing.
Are there any other nice to haves that you think might shift people?
I don't know. I mean, it's very light. It's way lighter than the Vision Pro.
Yeah. But still, I mean, I feel like light is very relative. Like, it's light to the point where you can do 30 minutes or an hour. You probably can't do like a full day, or like 4 hours,
or any kind of like workout stuff. I think I definitely would not do that.
Totally. But what I'm saying
You're
is
not
like,
training
is like,
neck enough.
I
when
knew
you don't have it
guys.
on.
I knew guys at UCLA who I didn't go there, but like I had friends that went there, and they were so obsessed with Call of Duty that they would take a bunch of stimulants when the new Call of Duty came out and play it for 24 hours straight to get the max prestige because they were so addicted to Call of Duty that they would just stay up all night chugging energy drinks and just to beat that. And I just don't think you could do that in VR. I think after like 2 or 3 hours right now, it's like too much, and you have to take it off and get sweaty and tired. But so I feel like screen first, then probably even a little bit lighter, a little bit more comfortable, and then just drop the price as low as possible. Because if the next one was $100, you'd probably buy it, right?
Yeah, and I think stuff like maybe I'd want another screen instead of just this monitor, but that's just an issue with the visuals. It's the screen.
Yeah,
so.
it's got to be competitively priced with the TV, and the TVs are so cheap now that you got to just be like, yeah, I'm just picking one up, or the price of AirPods, or the price of, it's got to be down in the low hundreds of dollars to really ramp that up. But I don't know, it'll be interesting. Anyway, our first guest is here. Let's tell you about AdQuick really quickly. Out-of-home advertising made easy and measurable. Say goodbye to the headaches of out-of-home advertising. Only AdQuick combines technology, out-of-home expertise, and data to enable efficient, seamless ad buying across the globe. And we will welcome Chris Pike to the show. Welcome back, Chris. Fantastic to have you on the show. Thanks so much for taking the time.
Great to see you.
Great
Last time we got cut off.
Great to be back.
In the temple. Last time we got cut off, we were having to jump, and I was like, I wish we had another hour. So at least we have another 30 minutes here.
Yeah, it's great.
Get into it.
First off, what's top of mind for you? Have you been tracking anything in the news that's kind of updated your thinking? We were digging into Grok 4 and seeing, is this an update to, agent timelines? It seems pretty great in the benchmarks, but is there anything else in the last week that's been like, I can't get enough of this story, just in your world?
It's a great question. I feel like every week is a total blur.
Yeah.
It seems like we're all waiting for not just these foundation models to come out, but like the next open source models, the big open source models to come out.
Totally.
I think that's super interesting to me. The proprietary foundation models obviously are the frontier of research, but they're relatively inaccessible from a technology perspective because they're fundamentally rent seeking. You can't run them on your own hardware. You can't. It's significantly less accessible. And so I'm kind of waiting for the next generation of open source models.
Yeah. One maybe underrated or underanalyzed Grok 4 thing that happened last night was, I don't know if either of you saw this, but they did this voice demo and they were like really pushing the accents really far. I don't know if any of you saw this. Tyler, did you see this?
Yeah, and there's the whispering.
The whispering, and so
ASMR.
Did you think it was Uncanny Valley, Tyler?
I felt very uncomfortable listening to it.
But at the same time, I think it's a path where we're in the Uncanny Valley, just like we were with like 6-finger hands and stuff. And when they actually sort out the accents, the whispering, the intonation, the cadence, it's going to become a much more addictive companion potentially. So I want to bridge to your piece and talk about the different use cases that you see people might kind of flow into with these like chat companions, because you mapped out way more than just the normal take, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, so I guess it's worth asking ourselves, where do we want other humans to exist, and where will we accept like substitutes? I think the last time we were talking about it, if if you can imagine a situation where humans are getting in your way of doing something, then you hate them, right? Imagine you're in traffic, in gridlock traffic. It's the most misanthropic you could possibly be. You're like, if none of you existed, I could just get where I wanted to go without you being here. But then there are just total other times where we would refuse to accept anything other than humans as that thing. I know that it's very popular to talk about like AI companionship, and I would never I would never say that people who get a lot of value from AI companions, that value isn't real. But at the same time, I think that when it comes to the allocation of, let's call it like allocation of leisure hours, we really care about other people. Whether it's like, I think last time I was talking about like going to fine dining or reality TV. I think I mentioned that like we have the chess software that is way better than any human will ever be. And it's not entertaining to us. It's not entertaining to us because it's sort of like there's no drama.
There's no emotion.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so
yeah. Sorry.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah. I'm just thinking about
shit.
the shape of companionship, because in your most recent piece you call out like the imaginary friends that kids have, Calvin and Hobbes, Toy Story. These stories resonate because they poignantly depict how colorful, whimsical placeholders of our childhood slowly fade as society offers real alternatives. And I'm just thinking about like kids love imaginary friends, but they also love like multiple IPs essentially. Like they like Batman, and then they also like
IP
Spider-Man.
combination.
And so I'm wondering, like, there's been this narrative for a few years in AI of like, don't build a GPT wrapper because you're gonna get rolled. There's gonna be immense concentration of value, and there will actually be no middle class in this ecosystem. And I'm wondering, because there's this company Tolan that's kind of imaginary friend AI driven, and I'm wondering like how like we might actually, like, is it possible that we're heading towards something where people are essentially developing new IP? And yes, there's still a power law in the companionship market, but these models and these products are like much more opinionated to the point where there actually isn't a one product to rule them all. And there's a variety of products that fit into different holes just for companionship, but also even just within like the imaginary friend hole, there's 25 different options. And yeah, there's one that's popular, but then there's one that's 1/10 as popular, 1/100th as popular. But yeah, react to that.
Yeah, it's a really interesting. Let me first go back to like this wrapper concept,
please.
And I think it's really important to distinguish when wrapper strategies work and when they don't work. I would argue that the wrapper strategy works the best when the underlying infrastructure is purely commoditized. Like you can choose across many different options. Where the wrapper strategy doesn't work is if you're basically building on top of a monopoly, and that underlying landlord is basically just going to be increasingly rent seeking and squeeze you out of all margin. So sort of embedded in the wrapper strategy is the assumption that over time, you're going to be able to distribute your product on top of like increasingly commoditized infrastructure. So for example, like Snowflake launched actually just on Amazon. And then over time,
before he's really getting bodied,
product across Azure and Google, and actually in doing so was able to expand the margin capture of its own product because it had their vendors were competing to be their underlying customer base. Going back to like this open source notion, this is actually why I'm so interested in open source. The more that we have competitive fungible models, the more that the application layer on top can really flourish. The more that we'll see distinct, unique applications, and kind of like until we start to maybe S-curve near the top of the frontier. I'm sure you guys are familiar with the it's really popular essay, the bitter lesson, which is basically the no amount of fine tuning or no amount of specific training is actually going to outcompete just the fundamental advances when it comes to like more gains with more compute.
Yeah.
But if we start S-curving, if these scaling laws break, which it seems like they are breaking on pre-training and test time compute and things like that, all of a sudden you have largely fungible, similar capabilities at that commoditized layer, and then we can really start to see the application layer flourish.
Yeah, my interpretation of the bitter lesson right now is that
I've been looking at quantum my whole life.
The impact of AI should be tracked less in benchmarks and less in individual tests of
I love
model
science.
and more in
I
the
love
actual,
technology.
like volume of inference tokens being generated by humanity. And it's fine that we don't have one central AI doing all of the work. If we just give everyone an AI co-pilot for every single task, they all get better, and we'll build more data centers to inference more, and eventually that will compound and compound and compound until the overall impact of AI is remarkable and unmistakable in the same way the internet has. But it won't be this like all of a sudden we unlock this one incredible algorithm.
Yeah, maybe. So I'm gonna try and map a comparison that's probably wrong for any number of reasons. Like let's say we ported the bitter lesson to the rollout of PCs, right? I think there have been a lot of comparisons of like AI feels like a new computer. So like let's map the bitter lesson to PCs. Maybe the analog would be, hey, don't work on building software that optimizes for like a computer speed of like 50 megahertz, because the computer that comes out that's like 100 megahertz or 200 megahertz or a 1 gigahertz.
I like software.
Is going to be.
I like biology. It's hard to say I like one more than the other.
Whatever software optimization you've achieved at that compute stop.
Look, limit Sarepta to 5 or 10% of your portfolio.
I think about it a lot like that. Now, I think this really begs the question of, okay, well, what happens when the vast majority of our use cases are satisfied by the compute threshold? I feel like everybody's like, who needs the next gen version of this? Because largely all of the applications that you use or you can run work, and so it's very clear that we're in this like rising part of the S curve, but when the S curve starts to taper off, that's really when it comes in the question of, okay, well, how do we think about the value delivery that sits on top of the underlying rent capture from these foundational models? You could think about it also like video game consoles. The amount of creativity that video game developers are limited by is actually how advanced the video game consoles are, and also how what the install base of the video game consoles are. And so I think one of the challenges right now is like we have so few developers of AI applications. Like they're just like, you can kind of like count them on maybe a few sets of hands, right? Which is insane. We
Wait,
should
really?
have.
I feel like there's like thousands of startups that count in like the AI software developer world. I see market maps every single day.
I'm sorry.
There's like 10 in every B2B category. Like,
well, okay, so maybe like let's split the world between like enterprise use cases
Sure.
and consumer use cases.
oh, sure, sure.
So enterprise, I would
Oh.
yes, 1,000%. There's a lot of companies that are it's a blue ocean sprint to vertical value delivery in different sectors, because you're largely swapping. You are the spend, the addressable spend is OpEx, which is insane. Like that's crazy. Your revenue opportunity is just like headcount spend. And so that's for sure.
But also legacy tool spend, like it's all the OpEx, like to your point. I mean, I guess not like real estate or rent or something, but basically everything else.
Yes, which is by far the biggest cost center for any company.
Yeah, of course.
Anyone who's ever run payroll or anyone who's ever scaled a company is like, man, like humans are expensive.
Yeah.
Humans are so expensive.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is why I feel like everybody says that AI is the best candidate or the best argument that UBI is coming.
Sure. Yeah. Jordy?
I think the picks and shovels meme became too dominant, and there were so many over the last decade or so. There were just so many amazing outcomes of people building infrastructure, and like very visible outcomes, and it became cool to build infrastructure, right? Like the Collison brothers made building infra cool, and you have like Parker Conrad is like a folk hero, right? And like Rippling, it's like and you have the like Ramp is a good example of this. Corporate spend management should not be cool. They've built a really cool culture around it. And there's this like weird kind of pervasive meme of like, you have 2 years to escape like the permanent underclass. And so I think people are like, well, I'm not going to just build something weird and fun. I'm going to build enterprise SaaS so I can make, so I can escape the permanent underclass. And so I don't think there's been enough weird, fun attempts from people like Tolan's, the one you brought up earlier, is cool. Like, it's pretty rare. Not the most rational thing to say, if you just want to build a big business, to be like, I'm going to build a little alien AI friend. But like, clearly there's demand for that. And we were talking with Scott Belsky yesterday around just wanting like new, fun, weird consumer use cases. And I think what you're getting at is like that whole area is like relatively underexplored to date, where like we had 2 browser announcements yesterday and they're both built on Chromium, and that's exciting and cool, and we should talk about the potential for new browser wars. But I think the number of people that are saying I'm actually, you could call it a wrapper, but I'm actually trying to create something entirely novel. Like the example we gave yesterday is like a dating app based on like a digital twin that is just constantly dating other digital twins. And, I haven't seen, I'm sure somebody's working on that. I haven't seen it yet, but there's like pick any popular consumer app category, and there's probably a way to entirely rethink it with this sort of LLM as a new computer at the core of that
Consumer
ecosystem.
just seems so much more risky because it's like it's either $1 billion outcome or 0. Whereas in enterprise, it feels like, well, there's no way it's going to be a 0. It's going to be a $10 million outcome or a $100 million outcome or $1 billion outcome, but it's not going to be a swing.
So then
for
you
the
have
fences.
10 companies that each have 10
and we've even
to
seen
50
this with like the
million
story
doing
of
the
Slack,
same thing.
where like they were trying to go for the hits-driven business with the game, didn't work, and then they went into SaaS and it worked. Anyway, sorry,
I think
Chris.
that the additional challenge with consumer is inference is not free right now.
Yeah.
Like somebody has to pay for the inference bill. And so until you can run inference on device, it's still like every developer is doing the mental math in their head of like, how do I, like if any one of your users can run you out of house and home if they abuse your service, how do you build on top of that? That's crazy.
one of the OpenAI researchers, I think in Zurich, that's going to Meta, like posted like, oh, I didn't realize that I had this thing running. And it was like $150 a day, just like every single day.
Hit,
Luckily, I think he'll be fine.
He can afford it.
Take the hit. I did. Before we
eventually.
fully leave, like kind of consumer.
stay here.
What do you think of? Do you think that AI companions and LLMs broadly present a real threat to traditional social media? Like the idea of a companion. A lot of people in our world are using these tools like very functionally, like for doing research or getting answers or understanding topics. But a lot of people are using them as companions, and that is somewhat of a social entertainment experience. And you see these charts ticking up of kind of user minutes
So ChatGPT
LLMs.
went from about 5 user minutes per day to over 30. There's around 30. I think it's a 28, 29 over like the last 6 months. There's no blip on any of the other social networks. They're not declining yet. But personally, I'm finding that if I'm doing research on a topic, I used to go to YouTube. I used to go to Instagram and people, famously like search TikTok for answers to things. And some of that is shifting over. But
well, yeah, and if you think that an analog sort of anecdotal, sort of experience for me is, when do I use social media the least is when I'm with my family, which is like companionship. It's this social time. Or when I'm with friends, like at dinner, hanging out. It's like rude to be, using, there's no point to go hang out with a friend and then use Instagram the whole time.
Yeah,
Right?
totally. I think I subscribe to this sort of cutting of our time as like we're either allocating labor hours or we're allocating leisure hours. So we're either trying to be productive or we're trying to enjoy ourselves. And so I would say that all leisure allocation effectively competes against each other. I think maybe it was like the Netflix CEO that said that they weren't competing with HBO, they were competing with Fortnite. And that's largely true. Like, we only have 24 hours in a day. We only have a finite amount of leisure hours. So if I'm allocating 1 hour to this leisure activity, if I'm watching an episode of Love Island or whatever, that's time that I'm not going to be able to allocate to a different kind of leisure activity. So to that end, I would absolutely agree that AI companions almost certainly firmly in the bucket of leisure. More consumption of leisure equals less consumption of other leisure activities. It's really zero sum. The only thing that is going to make it non-zero sum is a fundamental advance on productivity that allows the leisure pie to be even larger. So, right, like maybe we definitely have more leisure hours as humanity now than we've ever had in the history of humanity.
Let's give it up for leisure hours.
Right, like proto-human, zero leisure hours. And like
hunting
now
all the
we just
time.
like amazing leisure hours. When it comes to labor hour allocation or like research or utility, I would say like that doesn't necessarily encroach against time on social media. And I think that all social media, whether it's YouTube or TikTok or Twitter, they care less about helping people get work done, and they care much more about absorbing as much of attention as possible, which is why like the algorithms are so insidious of like serving you exactly the kind of saccharine thing that you want to consume next.
I wonder if there will be an incentive. I mean, there will obviously be incentive, but I wonder how it will play out in the LLM chatbot interface. Because right now, OpenAI and basically anyone who has a dominant consumer AI app is probably seeing user minutes increase just naturally without putting in like growth hacks or retention loops or, but you could imagine a world where to get from 30 minutes to 60 minutes, the LLM has to not just give you the response, but surface, hey, would you like to follow up and learn more about this? Click these buttons. That's already kind of happening.
Yeah, it starts surfacing you stories that it knows you're interested in by what you've
searched for a bunch of stuff.
Past.
Let's give you a new breakdown,
Like
kind of pre-populating a deep research report.
It is funny that the push notification hasn't really quite hit.
It hasn't. That's right.
Chat apps. And it undoubtedly will.
I had this thesis that push would be very important versus like pull. Like you have to go to ChatGPT and ask it for something, and someone is going to solve kind of like, it's almost like an AI-driven newsletter or something where it understands what you're interested in and then generates the report before you can even ask it, because it knows that, you know, if you know, Ferrari drops a new car, I'm going to want a table of all of the details because I like consuming information that way, in addition to just hearing commentary and watching the Doug DeMuro video about it. But OpenAI could pre-populate that and just send that to me. But I don't know. How do you think that's going to evolve?
Question for you guys. Do you think we're going to pay for AI services forever?
I've been asking that a lot.
I don't know. I mean, I think
the more important question is, will the average American pay for an AI like an LLM, and then will they pay for multiple? Like the comp for this is in streaming, where Americans,
I was about to say Netflix.
A lot of Americans pay for multiple streaming services, but they're incredibly ruthless about canceling them on average. Like I'm sure a lot of people listening to this have like had some streaming service billing them monthly, you know, for years that they haven't even watched. But the average American is like, I'm not getting a lot of value out of HBO right now, I'm going to cancel, even though they might sign up again in like 4 months next time there's a hit show that they're going to watch. And I think that there's not a, right now there's this incredible demand for what's new and what's best, right? Like Grok will drive a lot of signups today because it is the Grok 4 Heavy is like a meaningful advancement. But I went and I haven't, you know, we've been busy this morning. I haven't had a chance to sign up and play around with it yet. And I was getting plenty of value from Grok 3. Like I was able to just search.
Yeah, I was asking Grok 3 about Grok 4 as well, and it was actually doing a pretty good job, which is funny.
I'm not, I guess I probably get it through X Premium, but.
So I have some data here. Netflix made 39 billion last year. They're on track for 44 billion this year. 1.8 billion of that was ad revenue last year. It's estimated to be around 4 billion this year. So their ad revenue's doubling while their subscription revenue is growing by 5%. And so I think my takeaway for ChatGPT would be, I would imagine that the ChatGPT paid subscriptions follow an S curve, and we get to something where we see OpenAI making, I don't know if it'll be 10 billion or 40 billion, but they will soak up a ton of subscription demand for ad-free frontier models, the most advanced, the most expensive stuff, and then ads will eventually become the dominant revenue driver. But I feel like the subscription revenue will be a really hard tap to turn off, just from, hey, people are paying, and you know, it's a lot of money, and we don't want it to go
and
away.
even in the enterprise, it does. My bet is that we go, continue down this trend towards paying for outcomes, because a lot of people will just say, well, I don't want a subscription for this service because I only use it every now and then, and when I get value from it, I'm happy to pay for it. I think a question to ask is, would you pay $20 a month for Instagram today to not have ads? And I would actually have to think about that for a while, because like once a month I get an ad for something that looks interesting, and I discover a product that I wouldn't have otherwise discovered, and I buy it, and sometimes it's great.
Yeah.
So do I want to just completely eliminate that and rely entirely on random organic, or do I actually like that this ad platform is spending a bunch of time and energy trying to serve me the next product that I'm going to like, which is like actually a service, and like it's not a bad trade at all.
Totally. I think a lot of the way that we vote with our feet and vote with our wallets is that we're super happy to pay with our time and our attention if given the option.
Yeah.
Actually, like the vast majority of people won't. Not only that, but people are more than happy to give up their attention and privacy, for that matter, if it can save them money. or instead of paying for something. One thought experiment I like to think about is just how much people will trade privacy for value. Imagine a checkout flow where you could get $5 off if you enter your social security number. Like, how many people do you think would enter their social security number?
Like everyone, or like 90%
Right?
of people.
Like an insane amount of people. And so people really don't value their privacy as much as I think like maybe we say people value their privacy. And in aggregate, obviously that data is super monetizable. It's interesting, search obviously is the big prize, I think, for AI. And what do I mean by search? It's intent. If you're the arbiter, or you control this fire hose of intent, you can benefit by metering it out, and having people bid for that intent. Obviously, Google's like the best business model maybe ever invented. It's kind of insane. What's interesting is the most valuable searches maybe like not what people think, and certain kinds of searches are totally worthless. So knowledge-based search, like fact-based search, things like
what is the market cap of this company?
Right. It's like, what's the market cap of this? Who won this game, or like, who was president in like 1936.
Yeah, they're
These
dead
have
ends. They're dead ends. You get the fact.
no
and you
value.
leave. Yeah.
Zero value. Actually, like there was a Google got subpoenaed and had to actually share some documentation of like what their most profitable keyword searches were. It's super interesting. I suggest people to go check it out. The number one most profitable search for Google was just the word iPhone.
No way. That's
amazing.
Because if you think about it, like what does that mean? What is somebody telegraphing to the market when they search the word iPhone? They're basically saying, in not so many words, I am ready to spend $1,600 on a smartphone.
Yep.
And who's interested in like jockeying to get that person's attention? Well, Apple has to, right? Best Buy as a retailer is interested. Samsung wants to.
And then Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, the networks.
Everybody.
And so when you think about like where is valuable search, the value of search is often misunderstood because you have to really think about how to capture the most valuable intent. And not all intent is equally valuable. There's a bunch of search that's garbage. You actually don't want it. Fact-based, the cream off the top of fact-based search would be what I would call like comparison shopping. So it's like, hey, like what's the best headphone? What are the best headphones? Or
yeah, totally.
I gotta head out to my office, meet somebody. No, I did not close my quantum short. I'll close my quantum short when the stocks are at zero.
Long term, I mean, really, I guess zooming out of what the footprint will look like is think about a formulation development company that really just provides a gravity off switch to the pharmaceutical industry. So we go to space, but not really because we want to per se, but because you can create new drug formulations when you turn off gravity, and you just can't turn it off on Earth. That's Einstein's principle of equivalence.
Do you mean new drug formulations or just like purer drug formulations? Because when I think no gravity, I think like the way crystals form and the way gravity pulls things to one direction. And if that doesn't happen in space, you get just kind of like a more natural growth. And so I always thought it was just about purity, but it sounds like there's actually some binary, like you can't make this drug on Earth at all. Is that right?
So both those concepts are correct. Wow,
Okay.
well read there, Coogan. Yeah, that's actually a great way to think about it. The purity is one aspect, but because gravity is so broad, I use the analogy of temperature sometimes because temperature is so broad. Like making things cold doesn't necessarily make drugs better per se,
Sure.
but you can create a lot of different formulations if you can have a cold cycle during the manufacturing process, and that'll be even with chilling things, you can make things more pure sometimes as well, right?
Got it.
But to your point, when you turn off gravity, crystals will typically grow slower. And that also means that they will grow more pure. And so that is one of a few applications that we look at. The other one is particle size distribution. So when you create these crystals that will then go into the human body, you want them all to be the exact same size so that, one big one doesn't get stuck in your elbow and you don't have uniform bioavailability. So the crystals particle size distribution is also affected by gravity. So that's a whole separate thing compared to purity, which is another rationale for going to space. So really the gravity knob is very broad, and there's kind of these verticals of science of how we can improve the drug formulation. And to your point again, as far as like what I mean by drug formulation is going from molecule to medicine, right? So is it a pill? Is it inhalable? Is it an IV bag? Is it a shot? The company or a pharmaceutical company does a trade study to determine which of those is the best for the patient, given the disease, given the manufacturing costs. But ultimately, all of that is limited to what the chemistry can actually do, right? Nobody wants to take a needle to the arm. They only do it because they can't deliver that molecule via a pill or something like that. And so by opening up the chemistry outcomes by going to microgravity, we can also open up the formulation outcomes and therefore give better patient experiences.
Yeah, so I mean, I imagine that this is such an ambitious project that is still kind of R&D phase with a lot of the bio stuff. It's not, I mean, when I think about the manufacturing capacity of like GLP-1s, like they're probably making that thing in like vats the size of like, what they brew Bud Light in at this point.
Or they got a bunch of the lizards.
Yeah. It's probably massive.
The Gila monster.
But walk me through how we scale this up. I understand launch costs falling. I understand you put up a capsule you're doing it like every quarter now. It's going to be every month. Then it'll be multiple times per day. Like that capability seems clear. But how much drug can you make on a single capsule?
Yeah, great question. So this is actually a lot of fun because we can imagine how BARDA will go from what's real today to making tomorrow's reality.
Yeah.
And so to answer your question immediately, about 20 kilograms on a per capsule basis right now today. Of course, we want to scale up everything, and that's one of them. But that's how much we can do today, which is actually quite a lot.
Yeah, that seems significant. If you just think about like you go to the doctor and the doctor gives you like a thing of pills, that's like not 1 kilo. So you're probably talking about like.
Unless you're having more fun than being prescribed.
but for most drugs, I feel like 20 kilos is probably enough for like 100 people for a year or something like that. So you're actually in like $100,000. I'm seeing the numbers kind of start to math out already.
Correct. So it's and every drug is a little bit different. So we go through a process of selecting which drugs make the most sense, both from a scale perspective, like you're saying, but also unit economics, how gravity affects them. And so we have a portfolio management team that explicitly does that for identifying and quantifying opportunities. But going back to like what today looks like and how it goes tomorrow. I love the temperature analogy because it really runs deep. So for example, right now, if you think of us having a anti-gravity oven where we can make drug formulations that you can't otherwise make on Earth, but we only get to run it 4 times a year, and each one is a few $1,000,000 a run. You might use it for different use cases than you would use it from 5 years, 10 years from now, when you can run it every day for a few $1,000s. And so in the near term, some of the use, imagine yourself with a super, the first refrigerator, or in this case, the first anti-gravity bioreactor. What you might use it for in the near term is just information, right? How can we isolate gravity as a variable to inform what formulations can be improved on Earth? Is gravity ruining this chemical reaction or not, right? We can answer those questions, and then that applies to the entire drug with just one flight. Or in the very near term, we also want to do polymorph seed crystals. And so what that means is we go to microgravity, we go to space, but just to develop the seed crystals, and once those seed crystals are developed, we can then use them to grow more drug crystals on the ground. So we're only going for the nucleation event, and that's kind of like a sourdough bread mother business model. That makes sense, right? You have the mother of the sourdough bread, and then you can cut it a bunch and then regrow it and stuff like that. So that makes a lot of sense when we're still scaling up the use of our anti-gravity machine, if you will. And then long term, when we're on the daily basis, then it totally makes sense to make every single dose, manufacture every single dose in microgravity, and then that's when certain use cases come online as well. So kind of that's how it progresses over time.
Yeah. How's the geopolitical landscape evolving for you? We saw some of flights come down in Australia. As red-blooded Americans, it pained me to see them take a slice of the catch market. Are we getting these coming down in America anytime soon? Is it what's the progress there?
Yeah, absolutely. So long term, we want to have reentry sites all over the globe, right?
Sure.
And really, that's about availability. And the key metric to success of BARDA is cadence. How often can we go up and back? Because the more we do that, then the more we just look like a specialized piece of equipment to the pharmaceutical industry that, quite frankly, does not care that we're going to space. They'd much rather us have a real anti-gravity oven in the lab. So really, reentry sites are about cadence and availability. And right now, Australia is great for us because they have a private commercial reentry range, whereas any range in the 48 states here locally are intended for military use exclusively. And so if we're doing a DoD mission, that works well. But if we're doing a commercial mission, we're not the highest priority, understandably so, right? And so in the near term, Australia makes the most sense, but in the long term, we want reentry sites all over the place. And why that gets enabled is because as our precision of landing and our cadence goes up, that data, that legacy history allows us to use a smaller and smaller plot of land. And then that's where really it makes more sense to go anywhere because we don't need such wide open spaces like without that many people like we would do right now today.
Do we have the legal infrastructure to create commercial landing sites in the United States and it's just that nobody's done it yet? Or is there laws or regulations that would need to change so that some enterprising young member of the Gundo could go buy, a lot of land out in the middle of nowhere and start landing spacecraft?
You can do it now. The constraint is the real estate cost. And so one, Spaceport America, for example, right next to White Sands Missile Range is a good example of that. But so I guess the real reason why they aren't there, that many of them, is because there wasn't a demand large enough to warrant such a real estate purchase. But thanks to Varda, that could change. So yeah, definitely let the Gundos know.
I have a question from a fan of yours, fan of the show. He says, ask him what big dogs got to do.
Oh my God! So it's become a little bit of an expression of excitement. With a long and history of allure at Varda, but for some reason, it's really just a specific instance of conservation of mass, right? You can't have a big dog without eating, right? So that's just physics right there.
Yep. I want to talk about the evolution of the FAA. I remember I was filming a video. I filmed with you guys, and at one point I actually was driving back with Ben from San Diego. I filmed a phone call with Delian, and he's like, we just got our, I don't even know if I should say this, but like, it was like, we got some bad news from the FAA. You guys sorted it out. It seems like you have a great relationship now. How did that happen? Is this a lobbying thing? Is this just storytelling? Is this structuring deals, getting better at paperwork? Like, how do you fix a relationship with a government entity like that?
Yeah, so it was definitely a little bit warped in the press, obviously, but I figured, keep my head down and get the spacecraft home more so than worrying about what's being said in the press.
Sure.
But so what actually happened in the background is we were originally going to re-enter this we did re-enter the spacecraft at the Utah Test and Training Range, which is ultimately a weapons range for testing weapons and training warriors. That's their mission statement, right? So likewise, we're not the highest priority there. And so we got bumped for higher priority work being done at the range, and in doing so caused a domino effect to lose the FAA reentry license or not be able to get it granted because part of the regulations say, hey, you need a range and all of these accommodations that come with a range. So the second we lost the range, we lose the license. So it wasn't really about a bad relationship with the FAA at all. Although it's very easy to say, oh, they lost their license, yet another space company and the FAA are having problems, right?
It's a good headline.
It fit that narrative well, but it actually wasn't the case. And so what we did was we scheduled a new date with the range farther out in advance to give them some time and give us some time to. We had to redo the analysis, of course, because the atmosphere is different, and that's part of the analysis. And so we gave ourselves a few months, and then that allowed them to reserve the dates, that allowed us to prepare, and that allowed the FAA to reorient the license for the new dates. And ultimately, kind of in the background here was like, this was the first time this has ever happened, a commercial reentry capsule with drugs on board coming back to America. So there was no way onto soil, right? We're not doing a splashdown. And so there was no process or mechanism to have the Utah Test and Training Range coordinate with the FAA. And so basically each organization saw themselves as taking on all the risk associated with it. So we had to do duplicative work because there was no process to split it, right? And so it was really cool to kind of be a trailblazer to establish this, so that now, of course, our competitors are going to come in and do the same thing, right? And learn from our mistakes. But whatever, that's part of leading the way, right? So anyway, that's what happened. But that 6 months was quite the life experience, right? Because it was the first mission, right? So we didn't have any proof that this was going to work. People poured 3 years of their lives into this thing, and our dreams are just like orbiting the Earth, like
Floating.
please come home, So when it came through, man, it was certainly, I can't think of a better day.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
I have one last question, Jordy.
How's the talent market in the space economy right now? Hasn't been in the headlines the last couple of weeks. There's been another story in AI dominating, but what's it like today?
Yeah, AI and software engineers. I mean, if you imagine yourself a software engineer coming out of school right now, AI is certainly where I would be interested. So there's definitely a software bent towards AI right now. That being said,
below 16, let's go.
There's a lot of disciplines we're hiring for. Software isn't the only one. And really, it comes down to the application interest. Like, we're looking for mission-driven folks
Spaghetti down. Let's
at
go.
Varda. And so if you're only looking, you only want to do AI because it's cool or whatever, that might not be the type of person we want to hire anyway. Now, if you want to do AI for mission-driven purposes, then great, by all means. But we don't have that much overlap there, right? We're very specific of what we're trying to do. We're trying to make microgravity formulations so that we can help patients on Earth by using a gravity as a knob, essentially, and developing these formulations. And so, we always kid around. We explicitly don't want the spacecraft to learn, And so, if you're a software engineer and you're mission-driven, bent towards that mission, then you've got a home at Varda, no question. And fads come and go and that sort of thing. But there is definitely an effect on. I would certainly be allured to AI as a graduating software.
That's a good sorting function. One last question from me. There's been headlines, companies talking about this so far this year, trying to dig into how real it is. People talking about putting data centers in space.
Yeah.
With everything that you've learned, why is that exciting, a good idea or bad idea, or what are some potential blind spots for people that haven't taken something to space but would like to?
So it all comes down to the why, right? Why are we putting data centers in space? It's not are data centers in space in and of themselves a good idea, but what's the why? So the why is the only why that resonates with me is latency, right? Because if you want to do compute power, space is not the place to put a data center if you just want a data center, right? I'd much rather have convection, right? That's a great heat or a great way to get rid of heat.
Sure.
And have it be able to be serviceable on Earth and all that sort of thing. So, but there is one use case that comes to mind where I think data centers in space make sense, and that's only for very low latency use cases. So for example, right now, if you want to use Starlink and you're transmitting a signal to Starlink, it goes from the ground to Starlink to another Starlink satellite to the ground, then to the data server and back, right? So you can cut that trip in half if you put the compute in the sky.
Sure.
Now, that compute is way, way, way more expensive. But if your value prop of latency warrants that extra cost of the in-orbit data center, then you'll start to see that. So it's kind of like edge compute.
Edge computing. Yep, I was about to say.
Yeah.
So yeah, it sounds like a very niche use case, at least to start. But I'm sure we'll see some companies. We already are seeing some companies test it out and experiment with it because there's all these things need to be evaluated in the tech tree. But thank you so much for stopping by. This was fantastic. Congratulations.
Hey, thanks for having me, and hopefully not so long. I'll see you again soon.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Yeah. Hop on soon.
Got a good feeling about it.
We'll talk to you soon. Have a good
Cheers,
one.
Will. Congrats to you and the team.
Bye. Up next, we have Joel from Metter coming on to talk about the impact of AI models, impact of Cursor on software developers.
Metter or Meter?
Oh, Meter, probably. METR. We'll have him explain it
Break
to
it
us.
down.
We'll also recommend that he go to getbezel.com because your Bezel Concierge is available now to source you any watch on the planet. Seriously, any watch. Anyway, sorry.
Meter does model evaluation and threat research.
Okay.
So does Bezel. They're stopping you from buying fake watches online.
Bad watch models.
Threats. Bad actors.
Foundation models and watch models. Lots of similarities.
That's right.
Anyway, we got Joel in the studio. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully, you're like, what did I get myself into? These guys are joking around. I'm a serious person.
All right.
And
First off,
yes.
it's Meter.
It's Meter.
It's Meter.
There we go.
Okay, sorry.
There we go. Gotcha.
Anyway, please introduce yourself for those who don't know you, the company, and then and the organization, and then I want to go into the news today.
Let's do it. And thank you very much for having me, John and Jordi.
Thanks for hopping on.
Meter is a research nonprofit based in Berkeley, dedicated to understanding the capabilities of AI today and in the near future, especially to the extent that those capabilities might speak to potentially dangerous risks.
Mm-hmm. And what's been the latest research?
Yeah, so here's what we've been working on. I'll start with why we've been working on it.
Yeah, please.
We've seen, from previous Meter research, but I'm sure you also see from your own usage in the wild, AIs are clearly becoming increasingly capable. Mm-hmm. One thing that governments and labs and us here at Meter as well worry about is the possibility, timing, and nature of AI R&D self-recursion. That is the possibility that model capabilities get better very, very rapidly because the AIs themselves themselves are contributing to AI R&D research.
Seems like kind of annoying
We
as
at
hell.
Meta want to be providing the highest quality evidence that we can that speaks to the degree to which AI R&D might today or might soon be accelerated in the wild, so that governments, labs, decision makers might be better informed and so make better decisions about what's going on. In this study, we run an RCT with extremely experienced open source developers working on these very long-lived, large projects, 1 million lines of code, 23,000 stars on GitHub. For those of you who are familiar, I'm thinking Hugging Face Transformers, the Haskell compiler, scikit-learn, this sort of thing. We randomize their issues to allow or disallow the usage of AI, where allow means typically using Cursor and 3.5 or 3.7 Sonnet at the time. And then we measure both their expectations and developer expectations about how much they might be sped up by being allowed to use AI versus being disallowed. And then, the reality. The short version is we find that the developers ahead of time are estimating they'll be sped up by 24%. After the study is completed, they estimate that they were sped up in the past by 20%. We find, in fact, that they were slowed down by.
No way.
I know it's a shocking result.
That is shocking.
Not at all what I expected. I think what the rest of us at Meta expected.
What?
But there we go.
Wow. Okay. So, what do you think's happening? I have so many questions. Yeah, just walk me through your reaction to that. What do you think is actually happening that's slowing people down, because this is a complete narrative violation?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the reaction, the number of times we've checked and rechecked the data, asked people to replicate it independently, is going through the roof. The number of stressful late nights I've had poring over this.
You're going to be like public enemy number one, by the way. I feel like you need a security detail now, given the stakes of what you just said. This is crazy.
Yeah. So I think maybe let me start with some things that we're not saying. This setting that I mentioned before, these ultra talented developers, much more talented than me, working on these extremely large, long-lived repositories that they're extremely familiar with already. I think that's an extremely interesting population. That's why we went out to study it. It's also a very weird population. I still am a Cursor user myself. As I was working on the graphs for this study, I was using Cursor. But I do think those weirdnesses are related to the results that we end up seeing here.
So we have to put these people in a completely different category than the junior developer who's just vibe coding a little app and just building stuff and not actually trying to push the frontier of what a core piece of software can do that's very large and complex, and they're just trying to get a Python app up and live and like write some routes and write some functions, right? That's where, so Cursor still completely viable as like autocomplete on steroids. The question is, in terms of self-recursion, really advancing the frontier of like the craziest software we have, we're still kind of where we were a few years in that it feels like if you were to quantize this, we were at 0% of AI research being done by AI a couple of years ago. We're still maybe around rounding error.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that R&D research, I think, does not all look like this setting. There are some, large inference code bases with very experts people, and I totally agree with your interpretation that this is evidence against today those kinds of settings being sped up. On the other hand, we might think, there are some people writing training scripts for their AI models just once off, and then they throw them away. And in a way, that's kind of similar to what you described. Maybe they're seeing large speed up, just like the greenfield projects that you mentioned.
Yeah. And so, I mean, this is not overall like a really cold glass of water on AI broadly, because this still means that it's an incredibly valuable technology in a bunch of different ways. It's just that we're not seeing like early evidence of some sort of self-recursion fast takeoff scenario, which is great. Probably the good outcome.
A lot of the fast takeoff scenarios are dependent on AI becoming
good enough to write
so
AI.
Good at doing AI research that and then copy and pasting itself a trillion times, and that's what creates speed of development that humans today can't necessarily even comprehend.
I think that's right for today. I do think we're not really speaking to the trend exactly. Okay. These results are consistent with these exact developers on these exact kinds of tasks in future being sped up in the near future.
Sure, Tyrone.
In work that we actually don't show in the paper, but in preliminary
Those
work, we have
can definitely do that.
Autonomous agents trying to complete these issues. And indeed, we find that they do struggle, but with some of the core functionality, with passing tests, the kinds of things that you might have seen in Sweetbench or something like that, they really are making a great deal of progress. And yeah, my expectation is that AI progress in the near future will continue at a rapid pace, like it has in the recent past. And so maybe even in this setting, that this won't be true in the future.
Let me throw a couple of the hot takes that are floating around in the AI world at you, and you can let me know if anything sticks out as something you strongly agree with or something you disagree with.
Okay, guys, I'm going to take off. I'll see you tomorrow. Decent day. Let's have another one tomorrow. Shut up, kitty.